Satu, dua, tiga, we are testing. Check one, Mr. Yogi is testing. Cek satu. Cek satu, dua, tiga, empat. Cek testing 1, 2, 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Cek 1, 2, 3, good morning. Good morning. Cek. Cek 1, 2, 3.
Good morning, students, especially to KK as the first presenter of today's examination. And then good morning to all teachers, especially the three examiners, Mr. Andres Yogi, Mr. Kodrat, and also Miss Yun. Okay, today we are coming to the second day of final project examinations. There will be some students present your final results. And it will be preceded by KK or Kesha Nadra from 9A with the research entitled Making Water Filtrations Using Natural Materials. And KK, before you, there are three examiners. You know them well. So get ready. Hope you can present your best. Okay. And then later there will be question and answer section. All right. Without further ado, let's start. So KK, you are please.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Kesha Nadra, and today I will be presenting about my research subject, making water filtration. So first is introduction, is background. The first point that I have is water consists of parasites, fungi, and bacteria, and water filtration can help clear them. For the second one is the water should be filtered before consumption of your daily usage. And then the third one is the water can be filtered with tools and materials around us. Yes, so for the second one is research questions. For the research questions, I have 3 points and 3 questions that I picked. For the first one is what is water filtration? And then the second is why is it important to do or to use water filtration in our bodies and for our health system? And then for the third one is how to make water filtration. So for the research purposes is I made water filtrations to remove the impurities or unwanted minerals for my water usage. And then it also to expand my knowledge to emergencies. For example, if I'm in outing in a forest or camping with my friends and family and I do not have any water, I can make a water filtration with natural resources. For my literature review, the first one I have water pollution. It is unsafe water kills more people each year than a war and all forms of violence combined. And then for the second one, what are the causes of water pollution? So the first one is global warming. The second one is deforestation. And then the third one is industry, agriculture, and lives farming. So for my third one is it requires a closer look at strategies and to reach Indonesian children and families with poor water quality so they can have an equal water quality in each of points of Indonesia. And then for the fourth one is there are 5 types of different types of water filtration. For the first one is mechanical filters. For mechanical filters, it is usually used in aquariums. It is to remove uneaten foods of the animals that live in the aquarium, and it also uses to remove dust and bacteria from the plants of the decorations. And then for the second one is absorption filter. It is used to remove wavelength of light. And then for the sequestration filter, it uses chemicals to remove the dirty water from the different minerals. And then for ion exchange filters, it is actually not a type of water filter that you usually know, but it's also used to soften the water. So, but during my research, ion exchange filters is actually counts as a water filter. So I put in my research subject. And then for the last one is reverse osmosis filter. It is usually most common in our daily lives because reverse osmosis filter is usually used in tap water or sinks that we have in our house. And it also uses in dispensers or even fridge that has dispensers. So for the fifth one is what are the importance of water filtration? So for the first one is to prevent health issues. And then for the second one, improve water taste and quality. For my research method is the first one, research subject is my family members for help me getting all the materials, and then TMI JHS. So for the research place, I did it in TMI, which is in Jalan Arif Rahman Hakim, number 36, Jagabaya 3, Y Halim Districts, Bandar Lampung City, Lampung. And then I did it in my house also to strengthen the quality of my water filtration, which is in Jalan Raya Cudo, Korpi B7 nomor 6, Sukarame, Bandar Lampung. And then for my fourth one, I did 5 materials used. So the first one, I used a used water bottle or water um, bottle. And then the second is I used a filtration mat in the very bottom. And then for the second layer, I did sand. And then I did charcoal to remove the poison that is from the inserted water. And then I used 2 types of rocks, which is big rocks or medium-sized rocks. And then I used tiny rocks to help clear that out faster. And then for my research procedure is I have 4, which is having all the materials ready to use. And then the second one is making the water filtration. And then the third one is making the results or analysis the results. And then the fourth one, making the conclusion. So for my result, why is water filtration important for human bodies? Learning water filtration can help prevent related illnesses and diseases. And then for the second one, what is water filtration? Water filtration is the way to filter the dirty water and has the ability to remove dangerous minerals from the water. And then this is how I made the water filtration. So the first step I did is I measured the bottle and then I divided them into all the materials that I have, which is 5 materials. So I divided them into the same measurements as you can see from the little dots. I measured them, and then for the next step, I did a filtration mat in the very bottom that has goes in the line. And then for the third step, I added sand here, and then I added charcoal. And then after adding charcoal, I added the 2 types of rocks, which is medium-sized rocks and then tiny-sized rocks. And then for my conclusion and suggestion, I have number 1, the researcher is able to see that water filtration is important because it improves the quality of water that we will get in the results. And then for the second one is it is important for human bodies because it increases the quality and it directly because of getting good quality in your water, you can directly using it after it filters out your dirty water that is inserted. And then the third one is you can make filtration mat with the most simple products that you can get, which is sand, rocks, charcoal, and filtration mat. Or you can replace filtration mat with cotton. And then for the suggestion is because I failed a few times making this water filtration, I replaced some of the materials, which is I replaced the bottle because the first one I used was too tiny or too small to gather all the rocks and materials. And then turns out the materials that I use is not cleaned yet. So before making this water filtration, I suggest you to clean out all your materials before adding and stacking your materials. That is all for me. Thank you. Before we go to question and answer, I will filter out this water. So please, can I call Samira Naima Bazar to help me hold this? Thank you. So I already gathered all my dirty water here. And then, wait this. And then this is the dirty water that I used from cleaning my sand. So I gathered all the sand so I can reuse the water again. So I need to I cannot use the chair or the bottom, so we're just going to hold it. Okay. So it takes a few times to actually get clear water, but for getting the most maximal quality, you will need to hold the water inside for a few minutes or even seconds. You can pour it, Yara. Belum. Daftar aja. Okay, as you can see here, the water is filled to the top. And for the best quality of your water, you will need to wait the water inside here, or if you want to pour it now, you can, but you must do the filtration many times. So I will open this filtration. Udah. Just wait until all the water comes down from the filter. So as you can see, the water is clean, but if you want to make it even clearer, you can do it a couple times. But in this case, I'm just gonna do it once, and it's already clean enough to use. Thank you.
All right, thank you. One more time, can you give applause for your friend? Yeah, thank you for the presentations, Keisha, and especially for showing the product, and then you also show it how to use it, and then you prove it, right? Okay, so let's see what's that? The comment also possibly there should be something that you have to, what is that? Re-explain well better so that the more better understanding will be grasped by the audiences. Yeah. All right. The first feedback or question it will be given by your first advisor and also as the first examiner. So it goes to Miss Yun. You are please.
Okay, good morning, Keke.
Good morning, Miss.
Congratulations, great work so far. There are some that I need to give you. The first is about the how to make the paper. I think you have to come again to your advisors about the spaces and etc. Then let's see the page. Can you please open, Keke?
Yes.
In literature review. Okay. So water pollution, yeah, you put in here
Yes.
water pollution. Maybe you can add some definitions from many kinds of literature about some definitions about water pollution. Then, because in here it's still a view, then the last after you put the definitions, you make kind of conclusion with your own opinions about water pollution. What is in your idea about water pollution after you find some literature about the definitions of water pollution? Then in here 2.2 you put what are the causes of water pollution, right? Actually
Yes.
that is still the part of water pollution, so you can put it as 2.2.1 for
Okay.
example. Then uh, you can add also another sub chapter. It's about how to overcome water pollution because you haven't put it. Then please also pay attention with the capital letter for the title, because if the title it should be a capital letter, right?
Yes.
Then off, for example, off if it is in the title, you have to put with the small letter. Yeah. Then you have add types of water filtration, right? Then you have made it. I guess it will be better after you put the type of water filtration. You can you define can you find what kind of or what type of water filtrations that you make right now from the types that you made it, right? Yeah. You have known many types of water filtration, then you make your own. What do you think, what type of water filtrations that you make?
I think this counts as the reverse osmosis filter because for the filtrations that are used in sinks or even the tap water, they use this kind inside the what is that? The packaging.
Okay, that's good. So you can put in the research procedure,
Mhm.
you can put the procedure of this research, but you say first that the type of water filtrations that
Okay.
you choose
Mhm.
based on the literature review that you make, you put it, and I'm going to make the water filtration with this type.
Okay.
Yeah, so it is not too broad because you just put the the research procedure. It's too simple. Yeah.
Yes.
Then Then for the
Mhm.
conclusion, after you put the types that you choose, you can put also the conclusion. Yeah, in making water filtration with this type, for example, what type that you choose, what is the step and etc. and you need for that one.
Mhm.
Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Miss.
Thank you.
Check. All right, thank you to Miss Yun for the feedback and also for some suggestions. And then there is questions, and then you already answer for that one. That's good, KK. We're coming to the second examiners and also as your second advisor. So it will be from Mr. Kodrat. Mr. Kodrat, your please.
Okay, thank you. We will see on paper 3.5, page, yeah, 3.5. It's mean page 10. Yeah.
Yes.
Research procedure, the procedure of this research is blah, 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 and then enough. Yeah, without explanation, the other explanation. And then at the 11th page, capture 4, you make a result, and 4.1, you said why is water filtration important for human bodies, all right? But at 4.3, you thought about how to make the water filtration.
Yes.
I think better if you put this point under 3.5. Yeah. So the continuing the research procedure. I think this the correctly and have the connection. Then if you put in the result, yeah, this is the one. And the second, I have the same question with Miss Yu Yun. You explain the many kinds of the filtration,
Mhm.
and we don't know. You choose this one, what the kind of one your product. Yeah, I think this is the one type. Yeah. The question is, you use five materials from the bigger or the biggest size until the soft or the little size of materials. The first question, if we change the layer, what happened with the water? For example, you put the big rock in the middle.
So, based on my failure of making this water filtration, I mixed or I switched up all the roles of these materials. I tried with the rocks being on the bottom or the sand most on top, but that didn't work. That solution isn't compatible for this filtration. So I searched up my research subject to the internet, and then I gathered all the information about what I did wrong and what type of materials is best to put on the bottom and on top. Thank you.
Okay. And the second question, you use five materials are there. Yeah. What the effect if you use more than five? For the sample, you use could put there. I forget the name. Wait, cockpit. Yeah.
So it's actually best for making the stacker even higher because it takes time to go to the bottom for the results. So because it takes time for it to be filtered, it is actually making the results even clearer because of how much things is being filtered by the water.
Okay. The last question. What do you think if this make the bigger, yeah, and then put at home could help them, yeah, could help them to get the problem solving for get the clear water, and this maybe could they do.
Okay, so it's actually if this product isn't submitted to the school, I could use this for maybe for cleaning my washing my hands or even showering with this because of the results of the water being clear. Thank you.
Okay, at all. Thank you.
Check. All right, thank you, Mr. Kodrat, and also KK for the response of the questions, also the suggestions. Okay, we are coming to the end for the third examiner, Mr. Andreas Yogi Santoso. You are please.
Okay, thank you, sir. Morning, eh?
Morning, sir.
Yeah. First, what is that? From like what Miss Yun and Mr. Coco said. So basically, when I saw this experiment, it's just the same as elementary school students experiment. Which is so easy. So you have to change several things. The first, I suggest you to change the title. Making water filtration using natural material. It sounds so elementary title ya, Miss Yun. Maybe making water filtration using technique. Yeah, what techniques? Okay. So later discuss with Miss Yun. And then for the writing again and again, at the beginning of new chapter, please write down opening paragraph. In this chapter, you did that in paragraph 4, but 1, 2, 3, no. Yeah, so please add this one. And then for research procedure, past 10. Then chapter 4. Your research question, you have 3 research questions, right? You answer questions number 1, you answer question number 3, you answer question number 2, but only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, even 5 lines. So I suggest you to add the answer of what is water filtration. Just move your information from chapter 2 into chapter 3 about water filtration. Okay. So in research, you also can have what do you call it? Literature study. So in bahasa Indonesia, you call it as studi pustaka. So you found from books from the internet, and then you combine and you what is that? Use your own language to explain about that one. Okay, add. Nah, water filtration, uh, the kind of water filtration, this, and as the example, the researchers made one kind of water filtration. and then go to 4.3. Explain about your experiment. Okay, and if it is possible, like what Mr. Coco's questions, I don't think you can use your product to help your house. You say that you want to take a bath using that water. Can you imagine only one bottle enough? And it is not enough for you to take a bath, right?
No.
You say you want to boil water, for example, it's not enough. So maybe this is okay as the example, but you can like adding notes for real use in home. I suggest to make the bigger one. It's possible that Mr. Coco, for example, as big as water tower in our home. Yeah, something like that. The big one. Yeah. Just yeah. I think you can find the samples from the internet. Okay. 1 week? Okay, enough. Okay. Thank you. Oh yeah, Mr. Coco, you have something?
The last. Could you turn your PPT first page? Oh, no, 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 no. The first page. First.
This?
Cover, the cover. Okay, cover. Yeah. This is little, but I think that's important. You put making water filtration by Kesia Nadra. This your name, right?
Yes. Kesha Laika Nadra.
Ah, yeah. You must believe it yourself. Your full name is Kesia Laika Nadra. And use the first word is capital K and like that. Only one. Just thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much, KK, and also all the examiners. You have got some suggestions, also some questions. Hopefully, it can be the betterment for you. Okay, so thank you so much. Well done. Again and again, students, could you give applause for KK? All right, KK. I guess that's all for today. You may close the presentation and say thank you to all.
Thank you. That is all from me. So I hope this presentation and my research subject is important for you guys and expanding your knowledge about water filtration. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, thank you, KK. Okay, after this, we are going to the next, the second presenter. It will be Nayara. All right, Nayara, do you still remember who are the advisor, the two advisors? Mission and Miss Tang. All right. Okay, in 5 minutes, get ready here. Okay. All right. Okay, parents and also audiences and students, we are going to continue to the second presenter or the second students. Okay, again and again, good morning, everyone. Yeah, thank you for coming to support and also to watch your friend. So today or right now is the turn of Nayara. Okay, and the title of the research is DIY hydrometer to compare sugar contents of soft drinks. All right, actually I wonder about it, so I hope you can do your best during your presentations. And as you know, there are 3 examiners here. 2 of the examiners are your advisor, and then one more is Mr. Yogi as your research teacher. So I hope you do your best, and later there will be question and answer questions. All right. So without further ado, Nayara, I give the place for you, the time. So do your best, use the pointer, and stand up. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pierre. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, moderators. Good morning, advisors. My name is Nayara Aguina from 9A class. Today, I will present about the DIY hydrometer to compare sugar contents of soft drinks. Uh, from the background, we start from soft drink first. Soft drink is a flavored drink. It is added with nutritives and additive inside it. Some of the examples are like carbon dioxide and the substance that we are focusing on this project, which is basically sugar. Now, sugar. Sugar is a sweet substance that is used in many consumables, especially in this project is soft drinks. It is used in many consumables because it brings flavor. Well, but adding sugar to the liquid or water increase the water density. Density is a measurement how tightly is a material packed inside a thing. It is a concept that allows us to determine of what floats and what sinks. If it's heavy, it will sink. If it's light weighted, it will float. Now let's move on to the hydrometer. Hydrometer is an instrument that is shaped like a tube with a white shaped bottom on it for a weight called buoyancy. And in this project, it will be used for comparing the sugar contents inside of the soft drinks. Next. For the research questions, I found 3, which is, what is a hydrometer? How do you make a hydrometer? And what is the use of the hydrometer? The purpose of this project is to know which soft drink has a higher sugar contents, and the benefit of this project, we will know which drink has the higher one and which one has the low one, which one has a lower and which one has a higher. Moving on to literature review, I have about sugar and the hydrometer. Let's start off with 2.1, which is sugar. Sugar is a term that includes all sweet carbohydrates. Our body breaks down the carbohydrates into glucose sugars, into simple sugars such as glucose. Moving on to 2.1.1, which is sugar and obesity. Having too much sugar in food can cause can and will affect our diet. Eating too much of food, especially the one that have high level of sugar without doing any exercises will 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 make us overweight. Moving on to 2.2, soft drinks are high in sugar because the standard serving for soft drink has increased. Previously, soft drink was sold for 375 milliliters and now is being sold for at least minimum maximum 600 milliliters. 2.3, we are moving to fats in sweet foods. Lots of produced sweet foods contain high levels of fat, which will increase your cholesterol level and the risk of your heart disease. Moving on to 2.2, which is hydrometer. Like I said in the background, hydrometer is an instrument to determine specific gravity. It, it operates based on the Archimedes principle that a solid body displaces its own weight within a liquid which it floats. I got this based on Granger.com. 2.2.1, how does a hydrometer work? Hydrometer works when it is placed in the hydrometer jar containing the sample liquid. The specific gravity of the sample is indicated when the level of the sugar level in the jar aligns with with a point of the hydrometer scale. 2.2, which is how to make a hydrometer. It is as long you have a tube or something weighted, you can put it in a tube and cover it with something waterproof. Uh, Moving on to research methodology, which is 3.1. I think I did it wrong. Is making a hydrometer to compare the sugar contents of drinks. 3.2, this research took place in May, which I rushed it. Specifically, I did it on May 17th and ended on that day. 3.3, research time. Oh, wait, I did it backwards. 3.2, research place. The research took place at the researcher's home. And the 3.3, research time. Yeah, it started on May, specifically 17th May, and ended on that day. For the research tools and materials, I use a syringe, a glue gun, a steel ball for the weight, scissors, tape, a glass for the 2 drinks, or basically any cup, water, and 2 soft drinks. For research procedure, I gather all the tools and the materials, and then I try to make the hydrometer. I have made many, and most of them actually failed. And when the results are okay, it's perfect, I guess. I dip the hydrometers to the toodlings in this hall. Moving on to the results. The results is the answers of the question in research questions, which is 4.1, the definition. Hydrometer is an instrument for measuring water content based on the concept of buoyancy. This is how to make a hydrometer. I posted a YouTube link for the video actually. The video has no voice, so I will do a voiceover from here. Yes, yes, it's mine. So I took the needle off the syringe first because, and then I added a steel ball for the weight. Make sure the steel ball isn't very weighted or the hydrometer will just sink. Closing the cap will help the hydrometer not fill with water because if the hydrometer is filled with water, it will just sink. And for the bottom, you can basically cover it with anything, but I didn't have any anything to cover it, so I just used a glue gun to cover it. Moving on to the use of hydrometer. Hydrometer is mainly used for measuring the water content, but it is used in other things in many liquids too. Like this project is comparing sugar contents of soft drinks. Uh, for the conclusion, number one, hydrometer is a simple and a quick, effective tool to measure water contents, but it is also not very useful if you make it yourself. Two, how to make the procedure, how to make the hydrometer. Uh, as long you have a weight for buoyancy, and you can just use any tube shape thing to put it and close it with a waterproof thing. Yeah. And for number three, what is number three? The, the use of hydrometer is many, such as measuring the creaminess of milk and measuring the high levels of alcohol. The suggestion for the next researcher who wants to do this experiment, for the materials, try to get a small weighted materials, but also compatible. If it is heavy weighted, the hydrometer will basically sink down. If it's too light, it will just spin around the glass. For the drink temperature, make sure to use the drink temperature is the same because having it hot will just sink and having cold will just not move. I will, yeah, different. For the sample, hydrometer requires large samples. Using a small one will result you in a small difference or more. Like this one, I used a small one because I cannot make a larger one. Uh, that's it from me. Sorry if I stutter.
Chick chick. Yeah, Nayara, thank you for the presentations. There are two bottles here. Is that possible to explain to the examiners and also to us what is it exactly? And then can you was that show to us the two bottles that you are bringing here?
So this is the two of my hydrometer which is successful. I dip it into different links, which is fruity, and the other one, I think teh bottle, two different things, but it's still both tea. If you look at it, it has a small difference.
Can you yeah hold it, hold it? Which one
This
is
one
this and which
is
one is the other?
higher. Wait, which one is that?
Sorry. Okay, this bottle
Oh,
first. Okay,
this
what's the content of the what's the water?
fruity.
Fruity. Okay, and then what's the result or something?
The result is this is lower than this one, which is basically this one as a higher sugar content
Oh,
of the
okay, lower and then higher sugar content. Okay, and then the another one was that
Then another one, this is teh bottle.
tea bottle. All right, and then what's the result?
The result is basically it is this one is 5.4. This one is 5.5, which is it has a lower sugar content, and this one is 5.3.
Okay, lower. So if it is
If it is
fruity,
lower, it has a higher sugar content. If the result is higher, like 5.5, I said it has a lower sugar
mm,
content of
yeah,
when comparing these two only.
only
Yeah.
the two things. Yeah, two waters. All right. Thank you. How is it, examiners? Okay, okay. You may have it first. Okay, again and again, thank you so much for Nayara for the presentations. Actually, you try to present or what's that? To explain all things, yeah, the basic informations about the literature review and others. And then thank you for bringing the products or was that your experiments. So it's come to the today's examiners to ask you some questions, and then hopefully you can answer it well, explain more. Okay. All right. So the first it will be Miss Yun. Your please.
Check. Okay, good morning, Nayara and all.
Good morning, Miss.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Congratulations, and so far that's great work. Uh, Actually, you miss many consultation with us, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Then also you miss this one. You haven't asked the signature,
Oh yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Actually, that's the requirement. Then I do appreciate with your idea. You have great idea with the short conversation and short consultation with us. But actually, your paper is good in literature review. You make it complete. Then also you can connect each other about this one about the IY hydrometer. But unfortunately, because we have only a short consultation, so there are some missing things that you have to complete it, yeah, later. Okay, let's start now. Miss Mel. Okay, in the chapter one about introduction, hydrometer, I guess it's not for measuring density in liquid. Yeah, you have to revise it. That's for measuring actually electrolyte liquid. So there is electrolyte liquid, not for measuring density. Yeah. Okay. Then in making this one, you do not use I mean unused things, right? But you buy it in online shop, then you ensemble it, right? You have to tell about that one also. Then uh, this one in hydrometer, in making hydrometer, in chapter 3, can you please open? Okay. You have to see the the formula how to make in research and tool materials, yeah, because it's not tidy also. Then about the space, there are space-nya ada yang one space but also double space. It is not consistent, yeah. Then this one in the result 4.1. Okay, what is actually the content of the result? What is actually the content of the result of in chapter 4?
The content is answering the research questions.
Okay, good. What is your questions in number 1?
What is a hydrometer?
What is hydrometer? So in here you have put the definition of hydrometer, but it is still too short, I guess. So if you want to make it, so it's kind of study literature. You find it in many kinds of definition, right? You can find it in, you put it in literature review, then you make the definition of hydrometer. Not only what is hydrometer is not only about definition, but also you can put also about the function and etc. Right? Okay. Then the procedure of to make hydrometer, I guess it is okay, but over there, I guess you have to compare with the indicator, right? What is the indicator for measuring the sugar in using hydrometer? What is the indicator? Pembandingnya apa? So you can say that the sugar is high, then the sugar is in this liquid is not high. What is the indicator? As the indicator. Is that ada indikatornya nggak? Maksudnya yang netralnya?
Basically, if you make, for example, you have 3 hydrometers.
3 hydrometers.
And the one that is float higher is the one that have a low sugar content, and the lowest one have the higher one.
Okay. Okay, so sinking and floating, based on that one. Maybe you can add as the indicator is plain water. Plain water has no sugar.
Yeah, I actually use plain water for an indicator.
For the
indicator.
For the indicator, but you do not put here,
But
right?
I didn't put it here.
That one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, later we have to have a tight discussion about this. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Yun, for the suggestion and also some questions, and then you just clarify for that one, yeah? Okay, thank you. For the next, it will be Miss Teng, but later, Nayara, if you're answering, please stand up, okay? All right, thank you. Come to the second examiners, it's the turn of Miss Teng. Your please.
Good morning, Nayara.
Morning, Miss.
Okay. Honestly, we hasn't met at all, yeah, for the research. As I know, for some students, they really often to meet me, and I just shocked that Nayara is with me. But yeah, it's okay. Later, maybe we will have discussion. When I see your title, hydrometer to compare sugar content of soft drink. In my mind, I will see the connection between your research with the benefit after you doing this research related with daily life. I mean, with our healthy. So maybe for my suggestion, there are 2 C from me. The first, for the literature review, I guess better you add this one. Yeah, you add the content related how many maximum sugar can be consumed by the human every day, and it become the what is that? How if we consume more than that? That one, because your research is to compare sugar content, right? And then the second in Yeah, in chapter 5, uh, make the correlation between your research with the benefit for, especially for the common people, yeah. If we already know the content of sugar for each soft drink, what should we do? What should we do if we already know, oh ternyata minuman ini sugarnya banyak banget, so what should we do? Something like that. So the correlation between your research with our life, with your life maybe, yeah, but not only to know how many the content of the sugar for soft drink, but the benefit you do the research for your body, it's what is that. Maybe I think that's all, yeah, from Miss Neng. Thank you. I take a note for your paper. Yeah, thank you, Nai.
All right, thank you, Miss Teng. Is there something that you need to clarify, Nayara? Is there something that you need to say to Miss Teng or clarify something? No? You got it all? All right, good. Thank you. Yeah, the last seat will be Mr. Yogi. So, Mr. Yogi, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fair. Morning, Naira.
Morning, Mr. Yogi.
Okay, so I have several things. Yeah, like what Miss Yun said, actually, mostly your report writing is good. Yeah, I mean, instead of meeting only several times with your teachers, but I think you need to elaborate chapter 4 more than this. Yeah. For example, you can add like here. Yes, you are correct that your research questions are 3, right? And you try to answer that one. However, your purpose here to know how many sugars are
I
inside
forgot to update that one.
of the many. So I think it's a good purpose. And you should not change this one because it is good. But you have to answer in chapter 4. It means I think 2 samples is not enough. Yeah. So first you have to have the, what do you call it, Pisyun? The plain water to as the plain water as the indicator, yeah. First using air mineral, for example, the indicator, because we know that air mineral zero sugar, right? Nah, zero sugar, and then those 3 things. I think you can add more 5 to until 10 different examples. Okay. Uh, to explain your research questions number 2, how not only to make, but should be to show that your what is that experiment is what is that succeed, ya, bahwa itu berhasil, itu berjalan. So 2 or 3 is I think you need more, ya. So add more water, or if you just want some, for example, you can use plain water and in what is that? Like teh botol sosro, for example. They have three product. Less sugar, zero sugar, and the usual one. Try with your what do you call it, hydrometer. Ternyata bener nggak memang, for example. So something like that one. So put in chapter 4. Yeah. Because if you do like this, it is just too simple. Yeah. So after this, later talk to your supervisor, 1 and 2, to discuss about how should you what is that? Develop your research. Okay. 1 week I think is enough, ya, Miss Yun, ya. Huh? Enough, ya, to add some samples and then you put it. Nah, the conclusion later, for example, plain water Ini sekian 0, you said 5 point something, this one 5 point something. Nah, write down here. Write down in chapter 4 using table for example. Nah, jadi yang paling sehat minum like connect to Miss Neng questions. Ya. So kurangi yang number 1 to 3, banyakin yang plain water for example. Some clear? Is it clear? Okay, thank you. I'm going to wait for the revision.
All right. Again and again, thank you so much to the examiners. There are 3 of you, and then Nayara, thank you for the presentations. I think that you got some suggestions, and I do believe it's for your betterment. So good luck for it. Yeah, you have 1 week to revise, and I believe it will be much better. Yeah, again and again, well done. Yeah, students, can you give a applause for your friends? All right, you can close it, Sam. Thank you.
Thank you for watching my presentation. Sorry if I made some mistakes. And again, thank you.
Yay, good job. Thank you. Yay, it's good, sayang. Okay. Nayara, you may come to the examiners, take the papers. It's good, Nayara. Okay, so after this, we are going to continue to the 3rd student. It will be Samaira. Yeah. Okay, Samaira, Yara. So get ready within 5 minutes, and then we are going to continue. Thank you. Don't forget, Nayara, to tidy up and also take the papers from your examiners. Thank you. Okay, again and again, good morning to all students and also all examiners. Thank you so much. We are coming to the third presentation for today. So actually, this is the turns of Samaira Naima Bazar. Okay, good morning, Samaira.
Morning.
Okay, how is your day?
Good.
Good. Okay, so you're ready for this?
Ready.
Okay. All right. So today presentation, especially for Yara as the third presenter, the fourth, the fourth or the third, the third presenters with the title Students' Mental Health Awareness During 2022-2023 Academic Year. Students in Tunas Mekar Indonesia, right? Yara? All right. So before you, Yara, there are three examiners, Miss Melis, Miss Abed, and also Miss Andres Yogi. Okay, so later, after you have presentation, there will be question and answer sections. Hope you can do it well. All right, without further ado, I give the time for you to do your presentation and good luck.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and greetings to all of us. Before I start my presentations, I would like to invite all of the participants here to pray first. So now, let's we pray based on our beliefs. Amen. Praise to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who giving me the opportunity to stand here and give a presentations about my research results. First of all, I would like to say thank you for Mr. Andres Yogi Santoso, MPD as my examiners, and also Miss Elizabeth Gracia Simanjuntak SPD, and Miss Melis Sukanti SPD as my advisor and has been helping me throughout the process of making my research results. Lastly, I would like to thank my friends for being here and watching me as I do my presentations. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Samaira Nima Bazar from grade 9A, and today I would like to present to you about my research result entitled Students' Mental Health Awareness during 2022 to 2023 academic year. So without further ado, let's get to chapter 1. So, the introductions of mental health. So mental health is a state of mental well-being that enables people to cope with the stresses of life. Based on CDC, mental health is our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It affects how we think, feel, and act, and determine how we handle stress. Mental health is very important in every stage of life, start from childhood to adulthood. Well, physical health and mental health are equally very important. Depressions can risk for the person who have mental health before. Well, a person's mental health can change over time. For example, if a person exceeds their coping abilities, it can also impact their mental health. Well, there are 7 definitions of mental disorders. Now I'm going to introduce you to one by one. The first one is a mood disorder. A mood disorder is what the health professionals usually use to broadly describe depressions and also bipolar disorders. The second one is anxiety disorders. Anxiety disorders is the most well-known amongst the students. It gets very difficult to get through your day. Anxiety disorders includes panic attack, anxiety, and stressing out about some things very easily. The third one is personality disorder. Personality disorder is where you have the regrets of unhealthy pattern of thinking, behaving, and functioning. The next one is psychotic disorder. Well, psychotic disorder is what causes people to get it very differently to get things from around them. And the next one is eating disorder. Eating disorder is a mental health disorder that is characterized by the behavior of disturbance of eating that affects your emotionals and also physically. The next one is trauma-related disorder. PTSD is one of the most well-known trauma-related disorders. Of course, when you have traumatizing experience, it can run over your head for months or even for years. And the last one is substance abuse disorder. Substance abuse disorder is when you consuming illegal substances such as marijuana, heroin, cocaine, and more even legal substances such as alcohol. So, and this research, we can conclude that the research questions by the researcher is, do some of TMI students have mental issues? And what are the percentage and the reasons for most students in TMI of grade 9 have mental issues disorder? The next one is the purposes of why does this researcher do this research? The first one is to learn about mental illness around students and friends. The second one is to warn and remind to take care of their surroundings and also relatives. The third one is to make students not underestimating mental illness because we know how important mental health is. So let's go to chapter 2, which is the literature review. We will discuss about 5 things here. The first one is the history of mental illness. The second one is the diagnosis of mental illness. The third one is what causes the mental illness to happen among students. The fourth one is the theories of mental illness. And the fifth one is how mental health affects students' behavior in school. So the first one is the history of mental illness. Throughout the history, there has always been 3 etiology of mental disorders. The 3 are supernatural, somatogenic, and psychogenic. Supernatural refers to when you got possessions of evil or dynamic spirits. The second one is somatogenic. Somatogenic refers of a theories where you get the disturbance of physical functioning. The last one is psychogenic. Psychogenic is when it is caused because of stressful events or a traumatizing experience. The second one is the diagnosis of mental illness. Well, the diagnosis of mental illness can be by talking to a doctor in detail about your symptoms. For example, there are so many health professionals that you can see in your daily basis, such as a physiatrist, psychologic, and more. And you can tell about your traumatizing experience or your symptoms and why do you have the symptoms of mental illness that you're experiencing. The next one is the causes of mental health. Well, the causes of mental illness, it has 8 factors of it. The first one is genetic. When some of part of your family have mental disorders, it can run generations by generations, and it might be you who have the genetics of mental disorders. The next one is environment. When your environment is abusive and unsupportive of your mental health, it can also impact your mental health. The next one is stressful events and childhood traumas. Childhood traumas and traumatizing events can also run in your head for months or even for years that can impact your mental illness to be affected. The next one is negative thoughts. When you are an overthinker, especially when you're an overthinker about negative thoughts, well, it can impact your mental health. The next one is unhealthy habits. Unhealthy habits, such as consuming drugs and alcohol, can also impact your mental health by brain chemistry. The next one is the theory of mental health. The theory of mental health has 4 of them. The first one is behaviorism, the second one is psychodynamic theory, the third one is cognitive theory, and the fourth one is humanistic theories. Well, now we're going to discuss about how mental health affects students' behavior in school. Mental health can affect the behavior of students in a classroom and also how they socialize with others, students in a classroom. This is why we need to spread awareness towards mental health around students and maximize success and minimize negative impact for students' behavior of mental health. Well, now let's move on to chapter 3, which is the methodology. I'm going to explain about the research subject, place, time, materials and tools, and also the procedures that the researcher is going to do to make this research succeed. The first one is the research subject. Well, this research will be asked to Sekolah Tunas Mekar Indonesia grade 9 students around the researcher age, which is 14 to 15, around 30 to 40 students. the research place, this research will be conducted in Scott Nasbakar, Indonesia Junior High School, Jalan Arif Rahman Hakim, number 36, Jagabaya 3, Waihalam Districts, Bandar Lampung, and also my home, which is in Jalan Jaya Marga 48B, Segala Meter, Kedaton, Bandar Lampung. The research time. This research will take up 21st April of 2023 until 15 May of 2023, which will take up the researcher around 1 month to complete this research. The next one is the research materials and tools. Of course, the researcher will not be able to succeed this research without a materials and tools. So there are going to be two of the materials and tools that the researcher is going to use. The first one is a questionnaire. The questionnaire that the researcher is going to use is a Google form. A Google form is a platform that enables the researcher to get the student's answer and analyze them. To analyze the data of the student's answer, the researcher uses an application. The application that the researcher is going to be using is Microsoft Excel. So, to analyze the student's data, the researcher will put it in one table to operate later on. So, the researcher will use Microsoft Excel. The next one is the research procedure. There are going to be 4 procedures that the researcher is going to do to succeed this research. The first one is to make the Google form, making the questions, and also interview some students and share the links by WhatsApp. The second one is to do research on why does most students in TMI's junior high school grade 9 students have mental health disorders. The third one is to analyze the data. As I stated before, this researcher will use Microsoft Excel to analyze the data. And the last one is to make conclusions and solve the research questions. So, now we are in chapter 4, which I'm going to present you about the process of making the questionnaire. So there are going to be 7 questions that I will show in the form for the students will answer. I also attach an attachment for the examiners to look at. And I'm going to be explaining about the questions first. The first question is, what do you know about mental illness? Well, these questions will force the students will know what is mental health. The second one is, do you think that mental health is important? Well, after they are forced to know and recognize what mental health really are, of course they will know about whether mental health is important or not, and do they need to prioritize mental health in their daily basis. So, this questions is for them to answer. The next one is to click the one that they've heard before. As I stated before, there are 7 definitions of mental disorders. I put 7 of them in the form, and I want them to click the ones that I've heard before to know more, whether they have known mental health further or not. The next one is, do you think you had ever gotten your mental illness unstable? And if yes, give reasons why. These questions enables the researcher to data the percentage and also the reasons of mental health in Scott and Makar, Indonesia, junior high school grade 9 students' mental health. The next one is, what do you think causes students around your age, 14 to 15, have unstable mental health? This is to give them empathy. Why the students around their age have mental health, and this is why they need to look after and take care of their surroundings. The next one is, what do you think is the solutions to cure or improve mental health around school? This is for them to recognize what actually behavior that they need to do to able to improve or cure mental health around schools. The last one, for thank you and appreciate the students for submitting all the answers. I also include an educative video, which is the importance of mental awareness around schools. Okay. Okay, so the second step that the researcher did is to share the link by offline and online. Of course, now technology is better advanced, so the researcher can share the links to the students via WhatsApp where it has all the members of grade 9 students, which is the target audience, and what's up. The next one is offline, which the researcher will approach some of the students in grade 9 students that haven't filled the form by online and force them to fill the link. The third one is to analyze the data by Microsoft Excel. So here comes the results. So the students can conclude that mental health is something that you need to prioritize, and they have already recognized what is mental health in their daily basis. So now, the first one is, do you think that mental health is important? Where here is the results. 88.2% of the students said yes, and 11.8% of the students said maybe. That means that the spreading of awareness of mental health in TMI Junior High School grade 9 students is great. The second one is to click the one that they've heard before. As we can see here, anxiety disorders is actually gotten the most well-known disorders among all of the disorders that I have mentioned before. So mood disorders got 14 students out of 34 students that click on mood disorders. And the next one is anxiety disorders, got 25 out of 34 students. The next one is personality disorders, got 17 out of 34 students, which has gotten 50% of the students. The next one is psychotic disorder. Psychotic disorders got 10 students out of 34 students. And the next one is eating disorder. Eating disorder got 18 students out of 34 students. And the next one is trauma-related disorders. Trauma-related disorders got the most second well-known among all of the disorders, which have gotten 24 out of 34 students. The next one is substance abuse disorder. It got 7 students out of 34 students. And the next one is social disorders such as ASPD. It gotten only 1 student that click on social disorder, which has gotten the least known among all of the disorders. And of course, this is the other disorders that maybe the students will know. Sorry. The next one is, do you think you had ever gotten your mental illness unstable before? Well, surprisingly, 50% of the students of 34 students had ever gotten their mental health unstable by self-diagnosed before, while the other half of the populations that answered the form never had ever gotten their mental health unstable before. So I can conclude that this 6 of the answers is some of the conclusions that we can get from the form. The first one is because of stress, there's a lot of tests, and also with not socializing with a lot of people for a very long time that can make the students to have unstable mental health. Of course, a lot of tasks because of stress and also not socializing with a lot of people for a very long time now causes the mental health to go down because of the pandemic also. The second one is puberty. Growing up as a teenager, of course, the curiosity of a teenager will increase. It can lead into a negative or a positive way. When it leads to a negative way, it can increase the mental health to go down because they can experience a lot of things in a negative way. The third one is a lost streak. This can be found in games and more. The fourth one is traumatizing experience. Traumatizing experience from childhood or adulthood can also impact your mental health. The fifth one is a task from school. If you have a lot of tasks from school, it can also impact your mental health to be unstable. The last one is anxiety. Of course, as I stated before, anxiety is the most well-known among all of the students. So anxiety can make the students of grade 9 students can have their mental health unstable. The next one. Okay. So the next question is, what do you think causes students to have mental illness? The first one is relationships with others, such as romantic relationships. It can also cause your mental health if it's abusive or unsupportive of yours. Second one is bullying, internet influence, bad social environments, and others. The third one is due to environmental factors. It's the same as the fourth one, which is an unsupportive environment surrounding. If you have an unsupportive surroundings, it can also impact to your mental health. The next one is they are in stages where everything is starting to be done by their self. Of course, growing up, everything must be handled by yourself. And if you can handle these conditions, which there is no parents anymore, there is no friends that will help you anymore, and you cannot handle these conditions, it can also impact your mental health because you will face it when you are going to face everything by yourself. And the last one is because they have not been able to filter information for daily life, so they can ruin their mental. It's the same as internet influence. When you got an internet influence and it's not reaching your reality when you got the expectations, well, if you're not able to filter it, it can also impact your mental. The next question is, what do you think is the solution to cure or improve mental health around students? So the first one is to bring more awareness and inviting a host to talk about the importance of mental health. Second one is to educating older older people about relationships and protecting ourselves from stress management. The third one is to go to psychologists or counseling with your teachers or family about the symptoms that you have. The next one is the solutions is that you need to filter the people or the circles of the friends who you are with. The next one is the first is home environments, namely the adequacy of actions, also in school environments with the support of friends and teachers. So you need support because like if unsupportive environments can impact your mental health, this is why you need supportive environment. That is why you need to support a lot of your surroundings. The next one is uh, share about the awareness around students, and the last one is do not pressure them to learn all the time, get enough sleeps, and try to get along with another. So if you pressure the abilities that the student have, it can also impact to their mental health. So this is now the conclusions of my research. By creating a questionnaire, you can also data all the students that have mental health unstable before. But this data will not be 100% accurate. Why? Because this is by self-diagnose. While between the students, the diagnosis of students can only be diagnosed by the professionals of health. The second one is mental health is something that you need to prioritize and also the importance that you need to hold and apply in your daily basis. The third one is the data show that 50% of the students have ever gotten their mental health unstable before. This is why the awareness of mental health in TMI is relatively low and need improvements of the awareness in the course of time. So it came to an end in my presentations of my research. So thank you for listening. And, and for my examiners, you can ask me questions and give feedbacks for me. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Samaira Naima Bazar. You may have sit just for a while because you have been standing for a long time. Okay, again and again, thank you. It has been a good presentation. So let's see the feedback from your examiner. All right, so the first, it will come from the first examiner or the advisor, Miss Melis. Okay, Miss Melis, you can directly give your comment. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Yara.
Morning, Miss.
First, for Miss Melis, you may check, yeah, Miss Melis already give you sign. Chapter 1, you have to check again. Yeah, you need to change, yeah, there is here, this,
Okay.
yeah. And then some of page also, yeah, seems like that. Miss Melis already give the sign. Make sure to revise. And then Let me open for page number 3. Okay, you're talking about depressions, definition of depression, right?
Yes.
Yes. So, we in your research you say that some students have mental health issues by self diagnosis, right? Okay, if this paper, if your sister and brother read this paper, yeah, I hope it is can also become educate them gitu. So it will be help them to know more about mental health by read your paper. Uh, you can add more dealing with about depressions in teenagers.
Okay.
What's level that it is depressions, and then warning, we have to ask to professional if we feeling depression, ask help to professionals. So you may add the point also, so they know that if they feel today I am feeling sad or afraid, it doesn't mean depression gitu. So they know well their feeling, and then they know where they must ask help, like that, yeah. Not
Okay.
by self-diagnosis. And then let we move to last chapter. It's for suggestion. It is very good for okay, for suggestion, conclusion and suggestion. Yeah. Okay. By see your reading your question, we can see the level of our friends, our students, TMI students, their knowledge about mental health, right? The result is
Yes.
we will know their knowledge dealing with mental health. But you may add in your suggestion. I hope that there is someone read this, yeah, except us, except teachers and also your friends, yeah. So they can know that they cannot diagnosis by themselves, yeah, because by knowing mental health, it must be professional only, yeah, who get a diagnosis with professional instrument also. We without cannot buy a questionnaire or something like that. So we have to be careful dealing with about that one. I mean, it's like when you give the question to Talita, and then after that Talita will thinking, oh my God, I have eating disorder. Nah, that's very dangerous if we only give like that. So you have to give suggestion also to your research that they cannot believe also to like internet question, kan there is internet question also, right? In the internet, in Facebook, in social media, we can easy find the question, so like that, yeah, you may add.
Okay, thank you, Miss Melis.
All right, thank you, Miss Melis, as the first examiner. Do you have something to say, or is it enough for you? Clear?
Clear.
Clear. All right. So we jump to the second examiner. So it's Miss Abed. So Miss Abed directly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fier. Good morning, Yara, and all students.
Morning.
Okay, Yara, congratulations, yeah, great job for your for finishing this paper.
Thank
Actually, I like your paper, yeah, because what is that? Beautiful, tidy, and but still needs revision, ya. As Miss Melly said, ya, ada yang masuk, ya, so consistent with that one, ya, and also the size of the space. It must be consistent. Kalau dua dua, ya. Kalau tiga tiga. And then after that, for the research time, ya. Here, for the research time, the research was conducted from 21st of April until 15 May. Only, and then around 1 month to complete this research. Is it enough for you to finish this, all of this final project in 1 month?
Well, actually, for the 21st April of 2023 until the 15th May of 2023 is actually when I shared the links of my form. So it is actually not when I make this research. So I don't think it is enough for me. So I need to change the time later
Okay,
on.
because research lesson also it starts on February.
February.
Nah, yeah, so you have to change it. Okay. Okay, so please be careful also. There are some subject pronoun itu sometimes you say we, you say the researcher. Yeah, you have to be careful with that. And then I really agree with Miss Melis. Yeah, because I think your literature review it is very good, yeah. The information, the knowledge about mental health awareness this one. But I think for your research question, we as a student or a teacher, yeah, we are not the psycholog, psychiater, yeah. We cannot. Your research question is: do TMI students have mental issues, and what are the percentage and reasons? Nah, actually, it is okay your title and also your questionnaire, but you have to find the good research question. Karena kalau begini kan, do TMI students have mental issue? You cannot answer it by yourself, by questionnaire, yeah, because your questionnaire also, I think this is only the attitude, yeah, yeah, the knowledge, information about uh, mental health awareness, yeah. It is not easy to what is that? To check, to diagnose someone itu he or she has mental health awareness or no. Yeah. So I think you have to be careful with the research question. Yeah. You have to make it relate with your title and your questionnaire. Okay, Yara?
Okay,
Enough.
Miss Xavier.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Mr. Vier, I give it to you.
All right, thank you for the suggestions and also feedback from Ms. Abed. Okay, we come to the last. It will be from Mr. Andreas Yogi Santoso. So, Mr. Yogi, you are please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fiar. Morning, Yara.
Morning.
First, when you present something, please don't move too much. Yeah, I kind of dizzy to see you run here and there. So, as this is formal presentation. Okay, please open page 1. Okay, similar to Miss Melis, first paragraph you use indentation. Indentation means tab, paragraph yang pakai tab. Okay, second paragraph, no. Right? No or yes?
No.
No.
I didn't.
So, please choose which one do you want, like the first paragraph or second paragraph?
The first.
The first. If you choose the first paragraph, it means when you move to the next paragraph, you don't need to give a space. Nggak usah dilengkah. Ya, so revise
Okay.
all from chapter 1 until chapter 5. Because your paragraph, you said that you want to choose number 1 style, right?
Okay.
If you choose number 2 style, it means it can be what's that? Spaced. Ya, boleh dikasih. Memang harus dikasih spasi, dikasih jarak. From paragraph 1 to 2 to 2 to 3, for example. Yeah?
Okay,
Clear?
clear.
Okay, so choose. And then next, chapter 3, page 17. Yeah, at the beginning of a chapter, please erase the page 17.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
paragraph 1 you did well, but paragraph 3 no. And then move to your research subject. Here you said that age 14, 15, around. So in research methodology, you cannot say around. It should be specific, clear. How many participants of your survey? Is it 30? Is it 40? Is it 20 something?
It's 34 students.
So write down 34 students. How many boys? How many girls? Okay. And then research place and others. Okay. Now again, page 23. You have online and offline. And you use again the same word around. Yeah, so please make sure. Don't say around. Okay.
Okay.
Can you say that Andika is around one person?
No.
Berarti Andika nggak satu orang. Kira-kira satu orang. Berarti it's not clear. But your friend is clear, right? Okay, and then conclusion. Because you only have one research questions, okay, because your research question is only one, so your conclusion should be only one. Yeah, just separate them by indentation of the paragraph. Yeah, because your
Okay.
research question is only one, right? Then the suggestion, I think you should give a suggestion to the teacher or to the next person who will do similar research after you know that 50% of the students get mental illness, some percent of the students get mental illness, then how? Then what?
To spread awareness around the students about
Nah.
mental health.
So state it clearly also in your suggestion. As nowadays teenagers feel that they what is that? Get mental illness. So school, parents, family and school should be aware with this one. Yeah, something like that one. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And next references, page 32. Okay, references should be alphabetically. Ya, diurutkan berdasarkan abjad. So you say ACMH as number 4 and then yeah, A the first, B, C. Do you understand what I mean?
Okay, I understood.
So what is that? The order, yeah, based on the alphabet A, B, C, D. Okay, and then page 33 you write down attachment. But I don't see attachment in the table of content. You write on appendix.
Yes, I did.
So if on the table of content you say appendix, so at the back, yeah, appendix. If it is attachment, yeah, attachment. Choose one.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's all. But overall, congratulations for your nice report. Thank you. I give it back to the moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Yogi.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Yara, for the presentations. If I haven't finished saying something, Hussein. Yeah, but if Mr. Fair can add one thing for Yara and also for the others, guys, later for the revisions, don't forget to change everything into past tense. Yeah, because as Yara said, for was at the time research or the others, I will, but actually you did it, right? So change that one, yeah, into past tense for all. All right. Again and again, congratulations to Yara. You have done, and then you have got the feedback. Hopefully, you can do better revisions, and it will be perfect. All right. Thank you. You may close it.
Thank you, everyone, for attending my presentations, and thank you for my examiners. I will revise it later, and thank you for the feedbacks. Thank you.
Okay. Good job. Okay. So after this, you may take the paper, and then you may second to your examiners. The next it will be. Yeah, after this will be Dayang. Dayang is outside, yeah? Okay, so please remind Dayang to get ready. Okay, recess 10 minutes only, yeah? And then we continue because we are running out of time. Thank you. Papa Dan wants to watch. After this apa ya? Self division. So you make a video about it. Okay, good morning everyone. We come to the fourth session of today's final project, and it is the turns for Deyang Azara Humaira, 9B. Okay, before that, let me greet Deyang first. Deyang, how are you doing today?
Today I'm gonna show you about my educational video about mitosis.
Yeah, I see. You're feeling good? Ready for that? Okay, I believe that it will be very wonderful video, presentations. But before that, let me introduce the three examiners before you, Mr. Fatur Misiyun, and also Mr. Andres Yogi. So later you present it, and then after that there will be feedback or question answer. Okay, and then the students, you may watch it well, yeah, as the learning process also for you, and especially for those who haven't done this presentation, you can listen to the feedback so that you will have better presentations. Okay, Deyang will present before us with the title educational video about cell division, especially for mitosis. All right, Deyang, you may start your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, my name is Deyang Azara Humaira from grade 9B, and today I will explain to you about my final project about educational video about mitosis. So there are three sub-chapters in chapter 1, which are background, research questions, and purposes. Now, this is the background. Education as human's path. Education is one of the most important things. It helps this society to learn and understand about this world. So uneducated people can not understand what is happening in this world. And then second one is school being the place to learn. Most learning activities are done at school. Students study lessons such as English, mathematics, science, and more. Now, there are also other learning places such as private lessons, such as private course. And then the third one is technology helps learning session. Boring study sessions can make the students feel burnt out. Hence, studying can be done online to ease the session. One of them is by watching an educational video. Others method is just doing online quizzes and playing educational games. Also, this method has been rising since COVID-19 pandemic. And the fourth one is important lesson, science, more specifically biology. Science is an important subject. It is about how living and non-living things operate. Without learning science, people cannot understand how their environment works around them. Now, in this explanation, it is actually more about biology, since physics talks about gravity and non-living things, while chemistry talks about chemical things. And then the last one is mitosis educational video. The researcher made a mitosis educational video for learning purposes. It is expected to help students and other researchers in the future. Now, from the background, I found two research questions, which are how to make a mitosis educational video, and then are there any difficulties while making the video? Now, there are research purposes. For readers can get new informations or just learn the lesson with ease. The video is made with the goal to help learners to study about mitosis faster and better through an animation. And for the researcher itself, the researcher learns more and more information about the lesson and new ways or steps to make the animation by trying out processes that the researcher has never did before. And then now we have come to the chapter 2, which is literature review. There are 6 subchapters here. The first one is meaning of educational video. The second is biology definition. The third is cell division definition. The fourth one, the origin of animation. The fifth one, definition of animations. And the sixth one is definition of mitosis. Now, meaning of educational video. Educational video is a virtual medium that helps the individuals or students in understanding the concepts better with the help of videos. Students can learn by just watching videos that are related with the lesson. As I said before, uh, watching an educational video really helps the lesson out so the student doesn't feel bored or burnt out. And then the second one is biology definitions. Biology is one of the 3 lessons in science. Biology, study of living things and their processes. Now, in biology, we also learn about reproduction, human body, plants, and then other living things. And the third one is cell division definition. Cell division is a process by which a parent cell divides into 2 daughter cells. There are 2 types of cell divisions, which are mitosis and meiosis. In this video, I'm going to explain to you about mitosis. And mitosis resulting in 2 daughter cells, or we can call it diploid. And then the fourth one is the origin of animation. Between the 1895 and 1920, during the rise of cinematic industry, people invented various techniques of including stop motions. These are traditional animations. Around some time, technology kicks in and computer animation is more dominant. Now, in this animation, I'm using a computer animation, so it will be easier for me to make the animations and it should be smoother. And then the fifth one is definition of animation. Animation is a method by which still figures are manipulated to appear as moving images. So I always call figures as models. Now these models are put into places and they have to move the right timing that the researcher desires. And then the last one is definition of mitosis. Mitosis is where the cell divides, resulting into 2 daughter cells or diploid. There are 4 stages of mitosis, which are prophase, metaphase, anaphase, and telophase. I will explain more about it in the video soon. And then the chapter 3 is research method. The 3.1 research subject. The subject of this research is the researcher itself and some helpers from inside TMI and also outside TMI. But I mean, outside TMI, they don't do my work. They just help me to understand the materials better or help me with mistakes I made. And then the researcher place, the researchers are done in the researcher's house, Jalaria Cudu, Perumahan Kopi, Block C8, number 13, Waihalim, Kota Bandar Lampung, Lampung, Indonesia. There are also some researchers that are done at the researcher school, which is Jalan Arif Rahman Hakim, number 36, Jagabaya 3rd, Waihalim, Kota Bandar Lampung, Lampung, Indonesia. And then the research time, the researchers start on Monday, 13 February 2023, while it is finished on Saturday, 20 May 2023. And then the research materials that are needed are laptop, phone, sketchbook, and stationery. Application that I needed is Ibis Paint X, YouTube, CapCut, and Flip-a-Clip. And then the last one is research procedure. Sketching, making the model, adding spine and rig to the models, and then animating, rendering the raw animation, and then editing again, and rendering the finished video. Now this is the result of the animation video that I made a week ago. So, Miss Abed, can you please turn on the
Greetings everyone, my name is Deng Azara Humaira, or you can call me Deng. I'm from Sekolah Tunas Mekari Indonesia and currently sitting in 9th grade. In this video, I'm going to explain about cell division, more specifically, mitosis. Before I explain about it, I'll give an example. You must have been injured before, and you covered the wound with a bandage. A few days later, when you open the bandage, the wound is gone. You were confused and wondered, how did this happen? In this case, it is the cell's job to go through mitosis. Mitosis is a type of cell division that produces two daughter cells, or we can call it diploid. In this example, the cells divide identically so that the wound closes. Mitosis also plays an important role for one more thing, which is growth. You look older when you were 5 is because of mitosis. But you have to also understand that mitosis does not occur in division of ovum and sperm. That job is for meiosis, which sounds kinda the same, but they are different. Next, let's take a look at this pie chart. It is the cell cycle. You also need to know that the cells does not divide all the time. For this blue section, it is what cells do 90% of the time. It grows, replicates its chromosomes, prepares for cell division, and do its job. One of the example is skin cell. Its job is to protect our body from dust, and when there's a wound, the skin divides to cover it. Now, mitosis here only happens 10% of the time. Because if the cells keep dividing themselves, it is what we call cancer. Cancer is an uncontrollable cell division. Therefore, studying mitosis can also help cancer research. Now, we have come to the main part, which is the process of mitosis. Mitosis has four stages, which are prophase, metaphase, anaphase, and telophase. I like to call it PMAT. It's a little acronym to help me memorize. It must be in that order. So when you get asked what are the stages of mitosis, just remember PMAT. I'm going to explain each stage visually now. Prophase. I like to remember pro as 1, which is the first step. During prophase, the chromosomes begins to show and thicken. Also, the nucleus membrane starts to break down into small pieces, so it's kind of invisible now. Before we continue, chromosomes are condensed DNA mixed with protein. Basically, it's canned DNA because DNA are very long, and turning it into chromosomes makes it simple for the cell to divide itself. Next is metaphase. During metaphase, the chromosomes line up in a single line in the plane of division. You can remember the meta word as middle because they line up in the middle. Then we have anaphase. Anaphase is where the chromosomes separate into chromatids and they are moving towards opposite poles. Chromatid is basically half of chromosomes, so chromosomes is a pair of chromatid. The word ana can be memorized as away because they are moving away to each pole. Before we continue, these chromosomes are not moving by themselves. There are these thin lines called spindles. It pulls the chromosomes to each pole, so it helps the chromosomes to move along. The last process of mitosis is telophase. In telophase, the chromosomes are at their poles and new nuclei starts to form. And that is the end of mitosis. But the cell is still together. There is one last step after telophase, which is cytokinesis. Cytokinesis divides the cytoplasm, so it will be two daughter cells. Now we have completed the whole cell division process, but remember, they are identical. We will soon come to the end of the video. Let's sum up today's video. Mitosis is a type of cell division that results in two daughter cells or diploids. The two daughter cells consist of 40 chromosomes each and they are identical. Mitosis takes part in repair and growth only. Cell does not split all the time. 90% of the time it does interphase, and 10% of the time cell does mitosis. Chromosomes is a pair of chromatids together. It is condensed DNA to make it easier to divide the DNA. Mitosis divided into four phases, which are prophase, metaphase, anaphase, and telophase. Prophase, chromatids pairing up into chromosomes. Nucleus begins to break down into small fragments. Second phase, metaphase. Chromosomes line up in the plane of division. Third phase, anaphase. Chromosomes move towards opposite poles. At the end of this process, there will be equal amount of chromosomes in each pole. And the last step, telophase. Nuclear membranes begin to reassemble. Now, we have come to the end of the video. I'm sorry if there is grammar or spelling mistakes in the video or uncompleted materials. I hope this video helps everyone who is learning cell division. My name is Deang Azhara Humaira from grade 9B and have an amazing day everyone.
So that was the animation that I made for like 3 or 4 months. And then now I'm going to explain how to make it. And it is basically the answers for the research questions. So making an educational video is divided into three main processes. The processes may be different from other researchers due to what type of animation is and the purpose. So in this case, I'm making 2D animations and it only took me 3 processes, while 3D animations can take more than 3 processes. In this animation, the 3 processes are sketching, animation making, and editing. The sketching is where the researcher poured all of the ideas and concepts into one paper. The paper is the guidance for the model making. So I make sketches and it combines all of my ideas so I can make the models clearly and nicely. Next, the animation is made using the models that was created. This process is made using Flip a Clip and a little help from PowerPoint for the slideshow and transitions. It is time consuming and needs the right scale to make it. So without the scale, you cannot make the animation except you watch a YouTube tutorial video. So I've been learning how to make animation since the past 1 year. So I just want to show you that my skill is good enough to make the final project good. And then the last is editing the animation. By editing the clips that is made, it removes unwanted loop or mistakes. Also, during this step, the researcher added the explanation voiceover. Wait, there's no. Okay. Now, the second question is, are there any difficulties while making the video? Now, there are difficulties while making the videos. Every main processes has a difficulty. Some of them are unsolvable, and and the researcher used an alternative plan. The first is the Blender application crashed. This problem made the 3D that was made gone. The researcher decided to change from making 3D animations to 2D animations. So before I made this video, like on December or January, I consulted to Miss Yuyun to explain the problem, and then I suggested to make a brand new animation using different application. And the second one is while grouping the models. Most of the models are small, and smaller models mean smaller resolution. This made the researcher's laptop lag and made the process harder to do. So since chromosomes are small, and in the video the chromosomes are small, it is hard for me to group the models, and it lagged my laptop uncontrollably because the resolution is too small. And then the last one, the caption in the video is glitching and adding unwanted words that made in the video confusing instead of helping. It is removed and the voice is louder and clearer. So the voice that I showed you earlier is actually 3 times louder than the original video, and the original voiceover. Sorry. And then we have come to the chapter 5, which is conclusion. Now, making an educational video took a few processes that need to be done. First is sketching, where the researcher poured all of the ideas and combines it into one. Next is making the animation by putting the models into its place with the right timing. Lastly, editing the animation. The researcher added voiceovers, background music, and increased the quality of the video for better results. And then the second conclusion is this project has three main difficulties, which are application crash, grouping small resolutions models, and glitching caption. The researchers switched application due to the unsolvable crashes. Then the researchers zoomed in to group the models. For the caption, it has to be removed, and the researcher made the voice clear enough to hear. And then the 5.2, which are the suggestions, adding more keyframes to the animations. Adding it will smoothen the animation and reduce empty spaces. Without the right keyframe amount, the animation might be mistaken as a slideshow. So to make an animation, you have to use the right keyframes you want to use. So originally, people will use 12 keyframes, and professionals makes like 30 keyframes. There are no one keyframe in an animation because it might be a slideshow. And then the last one is speak louder during the recording session, or the result of the recording will be inaudible. So as I said earlier, my voice is very small in the video before the revision. So I decided to increase the voice of myself. Now, thank you for listening, everyone. Uh,
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much, Dan, for the presentations. And then, in my opinion, especially for the full PowerPoint, it suits with the theme. Yeah, it's good. So now is the time for you to get the feedback from the examiners. Hopefully, it will be a good feedback for you, yeah, for the betterment. Okay, the first will come from your first advisor. It's Miss Agnes Dayuni. You are please.
Okay, good morning, Deang and
Morning,
all.
Miss.
Yeah, finally you can make it. You can make your dream comes true, yeah. You make the animation, then you apply it for the science lesson, yeah. Okay. There are some things that you have to revise. I have put in here, yeah. Because, for example, in page, can you please open page 2? It's about the typing. Yeah, I don't know whether you use justify, but there is the space it's too far from the words. Then also 1.2, if you want to use the left rata kiri, yeah, all should be rata kiri for the questions. This is same. Then about the video, as you say that your voice is too small, maybe my suggestion you can put the subtitle.
Oh, I tried to put the subtitles like Mr.
Yeah.
Arthur said, but when I add the automatic captions, it glitched and adding unwanted words such as deficient turns into define and others. And if I put the manual caption, it will take too long because the revision is made on Saturday.
Yeah,
Last
you
Saturday.
just. Yeah, this is the research place. Yeah, can you please open page 11 and also this one for all. Our address is not Jalan Arif Rahman Hakim number 36, but number 30. Kedamaian. Yeah, 36 is here. We are. Our school is number 30. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Then research procedure. Research procedure. In here you explain about how to make the video, right?
Yes.
But you make it very short. Sketching, making, adding spine, animating. I think you need to explain about that further using the sentence. Yeah, first sketching. What is the sketching? What should you do in sketching and etc. Yeah. Then think that's all.
Thank you, Miss Yun, for the information and feedbacks.
All right, thank you, Ms. Yun, for the suggestions and also feedback for Dayang. Okay, we come to directly to the second examiners. Mr. Fatur Adirahman, you are please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fier. Okay, good morning, Dayang.
Morning, sir.
About the paper is done from Miss Yuyun, yeah, and then from me. Oh, I see in your slide before you make what is that? 2D. Yeah. Before that you make 3D, right?
3D.
Oh, but what is that? The application crash.
Yep.
Crash and the file.
And the file is gone, like permanently gone.
Okay, it's okay. Yeah. And then what lagi tadi? Okay, about the time February, yes. Okay, three what 3 steps, yeah, to make the
3 main process or steps.
three process. And then, so you make the what is that, the character using IB span and Flippa clip.
Yes.
So Blender for
So the Blender is the application I want to use before making the 2D animations. So Blender is used for making 3D animations, but since it's crashed and all of my models are gone, I have to remove it and change to the 2D animations.
also not using Blender yet to the new animation, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. IB span cap sketching. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think this is not apa ya, not easy ya to make this animation before the time, and then maybe you see the tutorial ya. Ya, berapa ini? Februari, Maret, April, Mei, 4 months. Okay. Yeah. Okay, congratulations, Dayang. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fatur, for the compliment and also for the feedback for Dayang. Okay, and then the last it will be from Mr. Yogi. You are please.
Okay, morning, Dayang.
Morning, Mr. Yogi.
Well, first, good job. I like the video. I like the idea. It's good. I put some revision here. Later, you will read by yourself. Simple things only, like the paragraph, the others. And then space, spasi. Make sure that all the space are the same. In some of your opening paragraph in every chapter, the space is not the same as the other. And then next, chapter 3 and chapter 4. As this research, Mr. Fair told you before that this research was conducted before, right? So it is done already, right? So it means you should use past tense. So change the verb into past tense. Nah, so basically the most important product in your research was the video, right?
Yes.
That's why you need to put the video more into your paper. It means first, give the screenshot of the paper of the video more, because here you put only 1 or 2. And I think it is, you have to explain your video into the paper. That's why maybe like scene one, you talk about this one, then next you talk about this one and screenshot them. And also you have to put the transcript of your video. Do you know transcript?
It's like the captions or something.
The
The-
transcripts is the text of the voice in your video. So you make type them into a paragraph. Okay, you can put in chapter 4 or you can put them also in attachment or appendix. Okay, you have 1 week to finish all the what's that revision. Thank you. I give it back to moderator.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Regi. How is it, Dayang? Is it clear enough for the
Yes,
suggestion
it is
from
clear
Mr.
enough for me.
Regi? All right, that's good. Okay, again and again, congratulations for Dayang. You have done the final project examinations, and then you have made your own video. I believe that it took times, and also was that even you explained there were so many was that difficulties, right? Okay, but you keep going, and then you got the video. So congratulations again and again, students. Could you give applause for your friend? All right. Thank you, Dayang. Good luck for the revisions. You may close the presentation.
Okay, thank you everyone for listening. Thank you for the examiners. I don't know how to explain. Thank you for the teachers to give me the feedbacks, and thank you for the audience for watching my presentations. My name is Dang Azara Humaira. Thank you everyone, and have a nice day.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Dayang. Can I ask students what time you will pray? 12 something, right? Okay, because at the beginning we had some technical problem. That's why was that actually it's not based on the schedule. So I guess still one more students yeah before we have lunch. So Dika get ready, and then Fazil it will be after lunch, Miss. Okay? Yeah, Dika get ready in 5 minutes. Gather your friends, and then we start. Okay, to all the audiences and also the examiners and especially to the presenter today, Andika as the fifth student. So we are going to start of your presentations. So welcome to the examination, especially for final project to Andika. Muhammad Andika Ramadan, grade 9. Okay, your title of your research is The Impact of Online Games on Students' Interest in Learning in Grade 9 Students of Tunas Mekar Indonesia Junior High School. All right, Andika, without further ado, let's get start for your presentations. And then later, as you see, there are 3 examiners, and then you will get the feedback and question answer. Okay, mix on you, and good luck.
Okay, good morning everyone. So today I will presentation about the impact of online games on student interest in learning in grade 9 student of Tmi Jhs. And my name is Muhammad Andika Ramadan, grade 9A. Okay, for chapter 1, introduction background. For the first one is, the point 1 is about activity. We can find activity anywhere, and doing this activity is very important because it serves to fill spare time. For the second point is about hobbies. By doing the activity that we do every day, the activity that we do can become our daily hobbies. And hobbies are very important in our life. For point number 3 is about playing games. Playing game is very popular hobby for many young people in this era. And playing game is popular hobby because it can people relax because we are playing the game. And the 4 is interest to learn. With us playing games, there's a connection about learning interest. With people playing games can reduce or have an impact on learning interest. I get a research question. For the first one is there an impact of games student interest in learning grade 9 Tmi junior high school student? And the second is, what is the impact of game student interest in learning grade 9 TME junior high school student? The research purpose is to find out the impact games on student interest in learning of grade 9. Chapter 2, literature review. There is 2. The first one is game. Game is one of the addiction that is hard to get rid of. Some even say the online game addiction is equivalent to drugs. The second is interest to learn. Interest in learning basically is form of learning process. Students who have a high learning interest to study seriously for maximum learning outcomes. For chapter 3, research methodology. The research project is the subject of the research is junior high school student of Tunas Mekar grade 9 and research place. The researcher will do the research in Sekolah Tunas Mekar Indonesia. Is the Jalan Rahman Hakim, number 30, Kedamaian, Bandar Lampung. Research time. The researcher will take from February until finish in this May. For research material is make instrument of the impact games on student interest in learning grade 9 TMI junior high school student. The research material is making instrument of the impact games on student interest in learning grade 9 Tmi Jhs, taking data and make a conclusion. So this is the frequency diagram of children playing online games. In this diagram, there is for 20% is choosing strongly agree and 43.3% choosing agree and 30% is choose doubtful and 6.7% is choose the to disagree. This is children likes playing games. The second is diagram of frequency student interest in learning. In this diagram, we saw that 23.3% is choosing strongly agree, 46.7% is agree, and 26.7 choosing doubtful, and the last is 3.3% choosing totally disagree. Stated this state that they strongly this is a percentage of student learning interest. And the last is this is the diagram of frequency of children being scolded by their parent because of online games. In this diagram, we can see that 30.3% is choose strongly agree, and 10% choosing agree, 26.7 percent choosing doubtful, and 30% is don't agree, and the last is 20% totally disagree. And that was the percentage students called by their parent because of online game. In this case, there is a relation between playing online games and student learning interest, and it affects the level of parental towards online game. So the conclusion is there is a relation between a frequency of student playing online games with student in learning interest. As you can see, there is many percentage that the student choose. So this is there is student choosing strongly agree, choosing agree, doubtful, and disagree. And that was a percentage of student learning interest. And the suggestion is for students to be able to increase in learning by doing positive things such as reading books, discussion lesson, and don't play online games too often because it affects student learning interest. For teacher and school should often provide activity that increase the motivation of student interest in learning by utilizing learning media. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Fonanika, for presenting all things that you have did before, especially for your research, yeah, dealing with the impact of online games, especially for junior high school students, Mungare Indonesia students. Okay, let's see, dealing with your presentations, what's the feedback and also the suggestion will be given from your examiners and also the questions. Hope you can explain it more detail. All right, so without further ado, just going on to Miss Diana Sari as the first examiner.
Check. Thank you, Mr. Vier. Okay, Miss Dena really appreciate the final project presentation from Andika. Give a pause everyone to Andika. Yeah. Yeah, Andika, your instrument is good. You already prepare many questions, yeah. You already prepare many questions, and then your conclusion also is good. There is correlation, yeah. There is correlation between the impact of online game with the interest in learning, yeah, in grade 9. Miss Diana appreciate it, but just info for you, yeah. Actually, there is what is that application? There is application, but maybe later on when you become the apa ya student become mahasiswa ya, when you become mahasiswa, jadi there is application to what's that olah data between olah data based on your survey. Jadi ada yang namanya uji validasi reliabilitas. But ya, it's okay, you still junior high school ya. But later on next time nanti when you olah data nanti using that application such as SPSS ya and others ya. Oke, thank you Andika.
Okay, thank you, Miss.
All right, thank you, Miss Diana, for the compliment and also the feedback that given to Miss to Andika. Okay, the second examiner will be Mr. Fatur. So, Mr. Fatur, you are please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fier. Okay, good morning, Andika.
Morning, Mister.
Yeah, about the impact games online. Yeah, okay. And then, what do you think about the games?
What's that?
What do you think about the game online?
Yeah, that's for playing game with many player. Yeah, many player to play the game.
Okay, games type. Okay, maybe do you ask the what is that the name of game online? Salah satu ini kan only genre ya,
Yeah.
genre and type. Maybe you can what is that? Nama game yang mereka mainkan. Mungkin bukan kalau di ini kan survei jawabannya sudah tersedia. Maybe you can ask game apa yang lagi hype-nya, yang lagi hype-nya di tahun ini, apa yang mereka mainkan seperti itu sih. And then ya, kan ada pertanyaan yang about the what is that socialization ya, socialization-nya ya. So there will be game yang harus dan hanya bisa main per orang dan ada yang bisa per grup. Nah itu lebih banyak yang mana sih yang apa ya? Yang tertarik? Lebih banyak yang wajib main solo atau yang bisa main grup? Bisa diituin ya.
Okay.
Oke, thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you, Mister.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fatur, for the feedback. Yeah, directly to Mr. Regi as the third examiner here, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fair. Morning, Andika.
Morning, sir.
Ready to hear my comment? Okay, some errors, just check it by yourself. I give a notes over there, but mostly, can you go to your research question? Is there an impact of gaming student interest of game students interest in learning? What is the impact? So, is there an impact?
I think yes.
How can you say yes?
I think about they're playing too much
No,
game.
in what pitch you answer those questions? Or from your research, what are the impact of student interest in learning game?
I think on chapter 4 in the last chapter 4.
Okay.
I think the impact is the level of parental anger towards online game.
Scolded by their parents of
Yeah.
online games.
Yeah.
That's the impact is that one.
I think
Only one.
that's the example of one.
Okay.
Sir.
However, you have 30 questions.
Yeah.
In your research, right?
Yes.
In your Google form, 30 questions. But in chapter 4, you only explain 3 questions.
Yes.
Why?
I think if I put 30 all of 30, I think it's too long, I guess.
Yeah, that's the risk. If you use 30 questions, yeah, it means you have to explain in chapter 4 those 30 questions. Or if you want to summarize, yeah, summarize but from question 1 until question 10, the question is about this one, this one, this one, and the summary is this one, this one, this one, for example. Or later discuss with Miss Diana, or just use 5 or 10 questions maybe that is suitable, and do not use all of the 30 questions. Of course, if you use those 30 questions, it will be, yeah, you need more time, right? But if you put 30 questions here on your research, yeah, it means you have to explain all. Okay, so maybe you have to reduce the questions, only maybe 5, or who, that lead you into the answer of is there any impact and what are the impact. Okay. And then, yeah, the impact. And then the learning kan you said that student learning interest. Based on the survey from the instrument of the influence of that, only 30 students said agree, 20, 43, 32 elemental, and 6.3 disagree. Yeah, I think you need to explain more sih about your research. Ya. Kira-kira which questions from those 30s are really needed and you can discuss later with Miss Diana ya. Because it's, for example, in diagram 2, diagram of the frequency of student interest in learning. If the title is diagram of the frequency of student interest in learning, then the diagram showed 23.3% strongly agree. Agree on what? Explain more about that one. The second picture. I think it's not clear ya. Diagram of the frequency of students' interest in learning. Actually, what is it about? Can you explain to me the second diagram? Yeah, explain. Actually, what is that?
The question of the
So that you get 46, 26 something.
I think the question is about I think that's diagram that about question in Google from number 20, sir.
Number?
20.
I always pay attention and listen to the teacher explanation. If that's the case, then write down here the the question of this diagram is pay attention to teacher explanation, for example. Then 23 students agree or 23 students pay attention to the teacher. Yeah, you explain something like that one. Yeah, more clearer. Yeah. Okay, think that's all see from me. Maybe later you discuss with Miss Diana about your chapter 4. Okay. Thank you. I give it back to moderator.
All right, thank you, Mr. Regi. How is it, Dika? Do you have questions? You grasp the point of Mr. Regi and others? Yeah, okay. So please revise it so that it will be better, yeah. And then my notes also, if I can say something, check again your typingnya because miss what is that? Tanda tanya, tanda ini, even in purpose there is question ya. Actually kan there should not ya. Okay, good luck. Thank you so much Sandika. You may close the presentation.
Okay, thank you for listening, guys. Okay, and thank you.
Okay, thank you students, thank you everyone. After this, we are going to have recess first, I mean lunch and also praying, and then continued by Fazil first. Prana, you will be after Fazil. Okay, so get ready, 12:30, yeah, around that one, gather here, yeah, Fazil and friends. Thank you everyone, rest well.
I hope you're all good. I hope you're all good where you are now. It's probably too late, but here I am reaching my arm out. I want us to win the struggle we're in. It's never goodbye. It's never goodbye till it's over. Come back to love. I was so crazy to lose you. Just come back to love. Let's never do what we used to. Leaving without saying, teasing without playing. I've had enough. So come back to love. I hope you're still with me. This time will be different. Let's make a decision now. So come back to love. I was so crazy to lose you. Just come back to love. Let's never do what we used to. Even without saying, teasing without playing. I've had enough. So come back to love. Come back to love. Come back to love. So come back to love. Life is a winding road, no telling where it goes. Driving through days and nights, won't stop for traffic lights. And I really wanna know
Ya, Fazil. Fazil ready? Oke.
Ready.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So today there will be final project presentation by Muhammad Fazil Afzar Ramadan grade 9. And then I want to introduce the first advisor. The first advisor is Miss Umi Hasanah MPD. Thank you for coming. And then the second advisor is Mr. Ade Fatur Rahman. And then the third advisor is Mr. Andreas Yogi, MPD. Okay, so for the first session, there will be presentation from Muhammad Fazil Afzar Ramadan. Please welcome.
Okay, good afternoon all.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for coming to watch my presentation final project. So, the first I will tell some the reason why I choose this topic. The title is Exploring Students Proficiency Popular Online Games. Okay, so the background is online games gain widespread popularity among teenagers and adults, making them a significant area of research interest. The accessibility of online game across various devices like mobile, PC, and also laptop. The COVID-19 pandemic has further boosted the popularity of online games as people sought entertainment and engagement while staying at home. And the rise of professional gaming has transformed playing games into a potential career path, adding to the significance of studying and understanding the online gaming landscape. The question for number one is how many students play an online game in JHS TMI and what they play the most and how to make a good video of gameplay the most. And the purpose why I make this research is to find out information that what is the popular game that play the most among JHS TMI student. Literature review. Game is something that can be played with certain rules. Someone wins and someone loses, usually in non-serious context or for refreshing purposes. A learning method using in analyzing interaction between a number of player and individual who show rational strategies. The game consists of a set of rules that establish situation compete from to several people or groups by choosing a strategy which is both to maximize your own victory or formalize your opponent's wins. And the history of the game. So the inventor game is Ralph Henry Bell or yeah. He is through several jobs in the electric industry. He was working as an engineer at Center Associates now we call BAE System in Nashua, New Hampshire. When he conceived the idea of playing games on a television screen around 1966. With support of his employers, he worked through several prototypes until he arrived at a brown box that would later become the blueprint for the first home video game console, licensed by Magnavox as the Magnavox Odyssey. Uh, the, pos- the positive impact that we got for playing a game is we can practice to train our hand, eye, and fine motor coordination and spatial abilities. And also, we learn to solve a problem with logic and think fast make analyze, and make decision quickly. Form strategy and anticipation. We also improve our strength memory and concentration. And also dare to take risks and practice how to face challenge. Okay, methodology. My research subjects is as student of Sekolah TMI. I make this research in Sekolah SMP Terus Bakar Indonesia, Jalan Arif Rahmat Hakim, and I think not number 40, yeah, 30. And I uh, do my research at February 2023, and I finished the research this month, May 2023. And the material and tools I use in this research are laptop, because I need to use Filmora for edit my video, also Google Doc and Google Form for survey. The research procedure is give a survey. I gave a survey to some random JSTM student, and I analyze and make the conclusion from their answer, and I give some highlight or short video about the game. And this is the result of my research. Yeah, you can see this diagram of uh, several surveys on JSTME grade 9 students. The following results are given with the question, did you play game online or not? Okay, in this diagram is mostly they answer yes. It's 76.7%, and say no is 23.3%. It means our 23 students play game and 7 students not playing a game. And most game they play the most is Mobile Legend. There is 15 students play that game, and for the lowest is Genshin Impact, only 1 student. And this is the based on the based on the survey, some students state that they had a winning percentage of 80%, 50%, 40% win rate for 4 students for each option. And for the lowest are 100%, 0%, and 60% win rate for two students for each option. The conclusion and also the suggestion, the conclusion is it can be concluded that there are many JS STEM students, especially grade 9, who like to play games based on the survey that I have given to them. And the suggestion is if you want more effective result, you can do this by interviewing all JHS or JHS student for have a more accurate result. Okay, I think that's all for my present. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Fazil, for your presentation. Now is the time for feedback and also the evaluation. So from the first advisor, Miss Anna, time is yours.
Cek. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya. Congratulations ya for Fazil because you already made the research ya. From Miss Anna, Fazil, for your paper, there are still a lot of revision. Yeah, later on you can see and then you can come to Miss Anna again to revise the paper. And then, how do you feel, Fazil?
Nervous.
Nervous. That's why ya, Fazil needs to improve ya the skill of presentation. It is presentation, not reading the slide. Ya, Miss Ana tadi lihat Fazil most of your time to read the slide, ya, not present the result. And then, Fazil, did you made the video tutorial or
Yeah.
no?
I already make the video, but I didn't upload it. So I have a mind for upload it on YouTube, YouTube short, but it's not already belum di-upload gitu.
But the video already
already.
done. Why
Yes.
don't you show to us the video tutorial?
Or do you bring the file, Fazil?
Yes, on my laptop.
Okay, where is your laptop?
On lab.
Okay, it is finished already, ready to be show or not yet?
Ready.
So where is your laptop?
Am I supposed to take it?
Oh, okay. Okay, maybe still waiting lah ya Miss Ana ya.
Yeah,
After
later
this
on
ya.
ya. Yeah, because in my opinion, the point, the strongness ya, kekuatan from your research is one of it is your video, but you do not show it. If it's only like that, only like this, yeah, it's quite easy to make. One day, today, it's easy to make. I believe most of your friends spends a lot of day ya to finish it. Nah, if you only do like questionnaire, it's simple. It's only a simple. Yeah, that's why Miss Anna asked you to make a video. Yeah, and then Fazil, it's also become your experience, yeah. Because Miss Anna see your preparation is not really good. Yeah. Oh, thank you Cito. Thank you ya Cito ya.
Okay.
Helpful banget nih Cito.
So we want to show the video.
Ya boleh ya Miss. Kalau bisa kita lihat. Dari laptopnya aja nggak apa-apa kalau ini. Ini computing sama math kan? Kamu nggak sedia kamu computing math tuh computingnya dari mana? Makanya aku suruh lah dia. Aku pikir awalnya dia ini buat game. Ternyata enggak, cuma buat survei aja. Tapi ya udah biar masuk ke computingnya, kamu buat video tutorial nanti aku kasih kamu ke Fatur. Iya, dia kok termasuknya. Nah,
Okay, while we are waiting the video, maybe from the second advisor from Mr. Fatur, time is yours. Not yet, Miss Anna. Okay, so sorry. Okay, Miss Anna, yuk
continue
continue.
ya with Miss Anna first. Ya, why Miss Anna ask the video ya to be shown? Because kan Fazil correlate math and computing ya. If it's only like this, it is not correlated with the computing. So that's why maybe you will get more score if you shown the video, ya. And then the second,